And all eyes will be on Djokovic, of course. A lot of people saying he's a bit of an actor, a bit of a show pony, and that the injuries weren't real. I think most people think they are real, but he sometimes makes the most of them. This breathing problem does exist that he has. He says that he's been talking to one or two players, and they too have found it difficult this year for no obvious reason. But I was a little bit suspicious in commentary in the semi-final, and Rafa was too. He watched it at home. He said he watched the set and a half, then he went out to dinner, came back, and couldn't believe that Djokovic was still flying around the court after what he'd seen. So, slight opening here for Rafa.
15-30.
Yes, when they met at the US Open, Djokovic lost his first service game in both the first two sets, even though he went on to win both of them. The first one pretty comfortably. In fact, he won his love 2 down. He won 6 games in a row against Nadal.
Huge shot. And of course, in the semi-final, Rafa was being taken to the cleaners at this stage by Roger Federer. It didn't look like he belonged on the same court. And then things changed dramatically. In Rafa's terms, that's a very unusual error. But there must be tension there, even for Rafa.
There'll be certainly tension all round. Linesman, ball kids, umpire.
Great kicker. Well, the crowd will certainly be pumped up because a lot of them were in the Oval, just behind this court, watching one of the all-time great rockers from Australia, Jimmy Barnes. And boy, did he work, and did he get a reaction. I'm sure these guys will work equally hard over the next 3, 4, maybe 5 hours again.
Yes, you were talking about Djokovic and his sniffing, his breathing problems. We noticed him in both his quarters and his semis really having to blow his nose. He thinks it's a bit of an allergy. I wonder if it's eucalyptus, because as you walk here and as you come here, of course he doesn't do much walking, he'll be driven in a car, but no doubt the eucalyptus might get through to him. I don't know whether you can develop an allergy to eucalyptus. I find it a lovely smell, but maybe it gets up his nose.
Great start. The trouble with Djokovic, of course, is that before last year he spent a lot of time with that expression of no one knows how much this is hurting. And indeed he did withdraw a couple of times in Grand Slams. So people have never quite forgotten that. And some not forgiven it. I don't see Rafa up at the baseline for it.
No, he's going to struggle to make it there. Old habits die hard, don't they? Andy Murray certainly changed matters. He was playing much of his tennis against Djokovic from very close to the baseline, but Nadal will try to do so.
Really hard on making the serve count more. Rod Laver, almost the owner of this court, as part of a wonderful celebration of the 100 years of this tournament, just before this match began. So a love service game for Rafa.
And believe it or not, in the whole of their match at the US Open, the last time they played, he had one love service game and only 2 aces in the whole match. And I said one of the means by which he's going to win this, have to do, one of the things he's going to have to do to win this match is serve a lot better, which he's been doing in the tournament, particularly the use of the serve out wide to the Djokovic backhand. It's not a weakness on Djokovic, but for the left-hander, for Rafa, it should be a strength.
So Djokovic changing his racket. Now ready to serve.
Yes, in these hot conditions, generally you would want tighter rackets. So whether Djokovic felt that the loosely strung racket was not suiting him, or more loosely strung, and has gone to a more tightly strung racket. Unusual, though, very early in the match. Encouragement for Nadal and his fans, though, to see Djokovic a little concerned about his equipment.
Oh, yes. And interestingly, Djokovic didn't go for that. Where was the trademark slide, almost splits, that Djokovic does? He could have got to that, but chose not to.
Well, I was said that the 2 things I felt Nadal had to do was serve well and also use very early on his forehand down the line.
It was a super shot, but Djokovic didn't move for it. Just good enough.
15.
Is he going to come to the net more, do you think, because he wants to shorten the points even more?
Well, of course, he couldn't but help come into the net there because the Nadal return was too short. This is what people say about Nadal's tennis. He's got to be able to look to return somehow nearer the baseline to prevent Djokovic imparting himself on the game.
After just checking, looked like it might have got the corner. So the first challenge. Right on the corner.
30. Nadal has 2 challenges remaining.
Let's see if Nadal can return this one a bit deeper.
Not deep enough. And Djokovic swats it away.
40-30.
And it's really where I think Nadal's got to stand nearer the baseline. If he stood nearer the baseline, just was able to take the ball a little bit more on the rise, he would automatically hit it back more deeply.
Some 6-7 meters behind the baseline now is Rafa. Even for the second serve. And he allowed Djokovic to dictate. Maybe he feels it's going to be a war of attrition. So Nadal at 1-2.
Djokovic challenged the corner on the right baseline.
He's challenging it. They look pretty close.
Yes, with Nadal's topspin, it can be very deceiving, but it looked into me.
Yeah, he's shaking his head as if he knows he's made the wrong decision.
Oh, what a great decision.
Whoa. I think that came as a surprise to him. Yes.
As my school teacher used to say, avoid the error of parallax. You've got to sit where the linesman sits to be a perfect judge. Although the linesman wasn't there, was he?
Yeah.
This undoubtedly will be a difference to the US Open match, where Nadal hardly used the left-handed serve to the left court. But a few times now he's not only the ace, but he's got Djokovic out of court, which opens up the rest of the court for the forehand down the line, or the wrong footer.
Yeah, that was just what the doctor ordered, and Djokovic on his haunches. Really having to stretch, but we've been here before, and I'm not sure we're believers.
Well, the way Djokovic has reacted after this, you'd think this was the 5th set of the match, let alone the 4th game. I know there were 23 shots in the rally, but still.
Brought back muscle memory maybe of 2 nights ago. Ooh, that was a bit jerky though. I didn't realize he'd done that.
20-15.
Nadal, 100% when the first serve is in. He's been in 7 of the last 8 Grand Slam finals, says Rafa. And there's the ladies' champion there. But she's enjoying this. What a match Victoria Azarenka had yesterday. Yes, the only final he missed out on was here last year when Djokovic trounced Andy Murray. Second ace for Djokovic.
15.
Just seeing Azarenka and seeing these folk out there just reminds me of how different the women's game is with all these first-time champions. Kvitova and Stosur and Azarenka, and yet here it's not exactly the same old two, far from it, but
so many records he's picking up, Nadal at the moment, but one unenviable one. If he does lose today, he'll be the first man in the Open era to lose 3 consecutive Grand Slam finals. Uncle Tony, just a little frustrated at the start here.
Out.
And what's great, I think, about Uncle Tony, apart from what he's done with Rafa, is I sat just behind him for the semi-final against Federer, and when Federer was on fire early on, it must have been really worrying. He was leading the applause.
Yeah.
Such class act.
yes. In full flow, and won the point chiefly because of the very deep return of serve.
Yeah, for once not perfectly balanced. But the perfect serve.
40-30.
Yes, and just as Nadal needs his swinging serve to the right-hander's backhand, so Djokovic's best serve is this one, and also the one out wide to the left-hander's forehand on the left court.
Yes.
Been just late on a couple of shots, hasn't he, Djokovic?
Yes, it's got a little tucked up. He's probably saying something similar, but not quite tucked up. Just didn't quite read the spin.
Oh, vintage Nadal. Completely out of the rally, surely. Djokovic perhaps took it a little easy on the volley, but that was Rafa at his best.
Well, I should know better. After Djokovic hit this volley, I took my eye off the point. I just thought he'd won it. And I think so did he. And so did Federer a few times against Nadal.
So here's the first break point of the match. Nadal may be surprised by the change of direction in the serve. He seemed to have time, but way long.
But he plays this a lot closer to the baseline. This is what he's trying to do. But as a result, probably, you can see he's almost, well, he's inside the court, which is most unlike Nadal. So there's obviously a game plan here where he can. But has he just done it often enough to be secure on the shot? Has he practiced it enough?
Having a look, I think it was all right.
Advantage, Djokovic.
So second ace in the game.
Djokovic call on the left façade.
Called wide. Other side of the court from us, a difficult bit of view.
Second serve.
And Rafa way back to receive that second serve.
Djokovic has 2 chances remaining.
It's interesting. Through a lot of the rallies in the semi-final, it was Murray who was winning the longer ones. And well, you'd expect Rafa to win the longer ones here.
Yes, not necessarily the case, though, with Djokovic these days. But if you're thinking in terms of who hits the harder ball, well, Djokovic tends to hit it harder than Nadal because he hits it flatter. He hits it harder on the serve.
Second chance for the Spaniard. He's missed out. And first blood to Rafael Nadal. Djokovic is fed up with himself. Tore his shirt off as he sat down, smashing his racket. Out of sorts, it's 3-2. Nadal, though, in the lead, 3-2. No wonder they're happy. Call wide.
Nadal on the left center side.
Taking a bit of time before he challenged, but I think it was worth a challenge. Well worth it.
15.
Well, these players are usually very professional, of course, about just how well their rackets are strung, change of tension, etc. But for Djokovic to be already using the third racket here is pretty upsetting for him. It's the last thing he wants to be thinking about.
Maybe that little talking to has worked a treat. He's just looked a touch off the pace, hasn't he? A fraction slow. He may be able to shrug that off as the match develops. That little shot of adrenaline may have helped.
Yes, an early change of shirt too for Djokovic. You just wonder what's going through his mind.
Another one sails long. Yeah, gesture there as if the footwork's not right from Djokovic. To look up at his cam.
Yes, of all the shots in the Djokovic repertoire, in another player's repertoire that can really hurt Nadal, it is this off forehand. And it's worked so well for Djokovic in the past, but not yet tonight, really.
It's in. Nadal looking down, but he's not challenging. And Djokovic has pulled off a bit of a stroke there.
It's a beautiful point, really, by Djokovic, sensing that Nadal and seeing that Nadal was such a long way back, just playing the short one. Nadal doing very well to get up. He might have lobbed here, Djokovic. Nadal would not be sure. So there was just the opening there for the two-hander to roll it cross-court.
Onto the line.
Thank you.
That's what I mean by class. A loose one. And very quickly, Djokovic has got a chance to break straight back.
Believe it or not, the last time they played at the US Open, he lost his serve 11 times, Nadal. It's almost unbelievable. You'll hope this isn't the first of 11. Yeah.
How brave was that? Magnificent strike from Nadal. Yes, and Djokovic and Murray were breaking each other's serves for fun, weren't they?
Yes.
In the semi-final.
They were. But this is a terrific example of just the improvement that he needed. And look at what it means to him. The wide serve, the forehand down the line. If only they could all be like that.
into our forehand. And Djokovic's arms outstretched.
Nadal.
Twelve unforced errors in. It's only the 6th game. Again, the footwork just a little sluggish. He needed no second bidding to get in there.
Yes, return to the line. I'm surprised really that Nadal didn't anticipate the forehand of Djokovic to his backhand side, because Djokovic will surely be a little reluctant to play on a big point here, the in-to-out forehand. He's got to find it though, because it's a shot that really can damage Nadal. Opens up the court.
Much better return.
Djokovic.
And he's got a second chance here.
Now the quandary for Nadal is, does he use the same serve again, or does he think, well, Djokovic might just anticipate it, therefore I go down the middle?
These unforced errors are hurting him badly.
Yes, I'm not surprised there's that grimace. I don't think there was any smile. That's mystifying, really, Djokovic missing this. Concentration is obviously not fully there. He's a little upright as he's playing that. It's almost as if he's looking to see where the ball's going to land before actually hitting the ball.
Again, the 1-2. And that forehand, but it really came alive, didn't it, in the 4th set against Burdick. Suddenly he was like a boy who had Christmas and birthday, and he'd opened up his presents and got the best toy imaginable. And he was magnificent ending that match. And of course, at times in the semi-final too, against Roger. A strange shot.
It was. It almost as if he was a little perplexed, a little fooled really by the quick reply of Djokovic. It's a pretty pacey serve by Nadal, 204 kilometers. That's almost as fast a serve as he's hit.
Yeah. The fastest tonight, and the fastest of the tournament maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Beautiful serve again. Only 173, but he wouldn't have placed it any better. Perfect. It's interesting listening to Andy Murray after his match. Talking about the last second preparations with Ivan Lendl, and he said the last thing that Lendl said to him was, this is going to hurt. You're going to win the match, but it's going to hurt, and you've got to be prepared for all the hurt that's coming your way. And Djokovic has got to be prepared, because this is going to hurt for him.
Yes, I think these players are only too aware of that, but you've got to keep reminding yourself. Great consolation for Djokovic there, the into-out forehand working well.
He's loving that forehand. And it is the shot of the match at the moment.
Yes, an unusual serve here. I wonder whether he really intended it to go right at Djokovic's body. It's the first such serve he's used. And certainly caught Djokovic.
Interesting slow-mo there. You can see the sweat pouring off his face. Just a reminder, it's 33 degrees. It's a roasting hot evening. Nadal turns the screw just a little tighter there. This is just the sort of match that he'd have been hoping for. 40 minutes we've been going. Just completed the 6th game, and already he's got a jump start against Novak.
Well, perhaps that's going to be the difference between this match and their US Open final, their last meeting, where Nadal was ahead and Djokovic came back, won 6 games in a row, breaking Nadal. He had the opportunity there, obviously 3 times. And really, if you give Djokovic the opportunity of breaking Nadal's serve 3 times, you would expect him to do it. But it's much better serving by the Spaniard.
Yep. At last he gets that into out forehand, and it looked an unlikely one. A slight mishit from Nadal. But you can see he's getting a little petulant with himself.
Oh, looking for his string saver, which flew off down into Jacob's Creek.
Not tonight, they're not coming off.
Very quickly to his mark, Djokovic. Irritated, no doubt.
He won't be quick to serve.
No, because he knows as well as anybody that Nadal's not going to be ready for him.
Easy as you like.
Yes, completely sort of nonchalant as he played that. Again, very quickly into position. Because he has at times been warned, particularly by the likes of Pascal Maria. And so is Nadal.
Timing the forehand there. Trouble is, it's all show, isn't it, from the umpires? It's just, we know you're there, and we know you've seen it, but you don't do anything about it.
Yeah, they do it once and let it be.
A couple of really strong points from Djokovic.
Again, Djokovic.
He's certainly not giving this set away. Just the one break of serve in the fifth game. But here after 7, it's Nadal who leads 4-3.
Thank you.
So Nadal 4-3 in this opening set. Signs that Djokovic is really getting into the match now after, by his terms, a sluggish start.
New balls, of course, they'll be flying. There's Marian Vida, man who in his day won a couple of singles titles in the 80s. Balls fluff up quite a bit here. They grip by the court. Quite furry they become, so the new ball's that much quicker through the air.
Particularly quick in that rally. 192 Ks the serve, and big boomer on the forehand to follow.
Yes, and rather than wait for the opportunity, he makes the opportunity, creates it himself, Nadal, to smack it down the line early on.
Just climbed a little bit higher.
13-15.
Well held, but unlike at the US Open, he can't keep the ball. 6 balls in play.
Really took the pace off that serve. And that time he couldn't find the follow-up. So 30 all, another big point.
Yes, good width on the serve, but Djokovic, of course, expecting more of these serves out wide. This is probably the best Nadal has ever served against Djokovic in terms of the use of that swinging serve.
Que buena. Nadal is trying to go on the right service line. Ball was put out.
Yeah, it's called long. But not. There's a look that said a lot. There was a let off right in the hitting zone.
Yes, and it probably came about, again, a pretty comparatively poor return by Djokovic as a result of the mishit on the previous one from the right court. where it caught the top edge of the racket, trying to compromise a little bit, trying to impose at times on the second serve, but not achieving it much.
Strange error from Nadal.
Yes.
It's a fascinating match. It's not really at the moment lived up to its hype.
No, the electricity is not there. It is not yet as gripping as either of the semi-finals.
Number of very strange unforced errors creeping in, and here's Djokovic with break point. 0 out of 2 on break point so far.
And it wasn't as if Nadal was rushed into this. It was almost as if he was giving it too much thought instead of perhaps playing more instinctively. Got him again.
Getting the forehand. It's just too quick, and Djokovic can't hold it. Just can't handle it.
Well, I made the analogy very early on that if you beat a player 3 times in a row, he's your pigeon. If you beat him 6 times in a row, he's a pigeon with his wings clipped and you've got him in a cage. How does Nadal get out of that cage? With better serving, better swing serving, and better forehands down the line. He's easing his way out of it.
He's got to cut down on these errors. Again, it was a good shot from Djokovic, but it was a nonsense from Nadal. He doesn't make mistakes like that.
During the point. Thank you.
Yeah, Djokovic so upset with himself because it was a good serve, but he was there plenty of time and didn't handle it.
It's a terrific serve. Is this Nadal or is it Ivanisevic?
It's a very strange match. Can't believe the number of unforced errors from Nadal particularly. And Djokovic has made more errors, but the errors from Nadal are just so inconsequential. Third break chance for the Serb. And a scream from Djokovic, but really that was more about Rafa. What on earth happened there? And it's just the sucker that Djokovic needed.
Yes, I think there's a fair amount of disbelief that Nadal should be making the mistakes quite as early on. It's different if Djokovic is forcing him into a position. Yes, occasionally, of course, if he's stretched wide, one would expect Nadal to make mistakes. But on the forehand, they were really gifts. And Djokovic, on his 6th break point of the match, was bound to break through sometime.
So back level.
Love 15.
Well, at the moment, it's as if they both played a 5-set match yesterday.
And playing perhaps as if it were their first major final, with nerves jangling and very obvious. Even the birds are discontented with the play.
And there's the forehand. How he started the match rather like that. When he's playing well, he seems to have the upper hand.
And where Djokovic was running these down and hitting them back with interest against Andy Murray, here he's having to defend and just push the ball back in court, giving Nadal plenty of time. No first serve in this game from Djokovic.
How did he lose the point? Brilliant reactions from Nadal. And still he lost it.
Well, sometimes the net cords go against you, but on this occasion, of course, it works very much for Djokovic. Otherwise, he was a beaten man. He would never have got to the previous shot, or to that shot, had it not hit the net.
One of the longer rallies, and Djokovic wins that one. Jelena, his long-time girlfriend.
Yes, a 22-stroke rally, and Nadal missing it chiefly because he's not looking for depth on this in the end. He's looking for an acute angle with his forehand. Just comes across it a little too soon. Great satisfaction for Djokovic, that's for sure. Winning one of the longer rallies.
Well played. Quickly in behind that one.
40-30.
Well, against Murray, Djokovic hit many more forehand winners than he did backhand. But tonight I have a feeling, at the moment, he's feeling a lot happier playing his backhand than he is his forehand. It could well change, and if it does, it spells danger for Nadal.
Is it the Djokovic factor? Nadal way less than himself. Nowhere near the man who played Federer. Big line for the face painting. And a lot of them painted to the Serbian flag. Nadal's got to get it right now. Serving alone is not going to win in this match. He's got to be more consistent. Can't believe we're saying that about Nadal, but he's just not consistent enough. Serving to stay in this first set now. Volley good enough. He's such a good volleyer.
He is. He may not look the most graceful volleyer, but he's very effective. Of course, plays the odd doubles tournament just to sharpen up those skills. Just has terrific control of the racket head. We've got a seagull flying low here, which might disturb play.
Now, a whole load of them. They're going away, I think. If not, we could be in for quite a delay. But they're on the outskirts of the stadium. That's good for Nadal. If he can keep it there, he's in tip-top shape. The rest of his game's got to come up to that level too. .199. One of his quicker serves.
Yes, his quickest against Federer was 194. Already been over 200 kilometers.
Yeah, Djokovic did very well there. Pulled wide. Decent return that time.
Yes, it's not often you see him use the single-handed Rosewallian sort of backhand return. Ken Rosewall had such a super slice, who's in the audience here tonight.
It's a trademark shot for Nadal that very rarely produces errors, but it's not that kind of night. His 15th unforced error in the first set. Oh, yeah. Sweet shot on the forehand. And the Spaniards up to applaud.
5 games.
Still not keeping it together on a consistent basis, but again, it's the forehand that's the pivotal shot for Nadal here.
Well, he'll derive a lot of satisfaction with the shot because he's imposed himself a little bit, as opponents very often do against him, with in-to-out forehands. And here he gets a bit of his own back. It's not the forehand down the line, it's the in-to-out, flattening it about as hard as he can hit it, because there was far less spin on that. Well, occasionally Nadal's doing that. He's throwing in the, it's not exactly a loop ball, but it's a much higher ball off the backhand and getting it back deep against Djokovic. And it's almost as if he's saying, if I hit it back deep to Djokovic, he might land it a bit short to me, and then I can wade in and apply a bit more power on my next shot.
Let.
Djokovic doing the forcing.
15.
What an unbelievable winning streak, of course, in Grand Slams, up to 20 successive Grand Slam wins. Incomprehensible.
Yes, even Djokovic seems a bit mystified. Won the point.
Well, you know it's going to get better, but who's going to lift their game first? The two best players in the world. Yeah, that time Nadal able to unleash on the double-hander. And that does give him an extra weapon if he can produce that.
32.
Yes, what he quite often does on his backhand and loses power is he turns the head of the racket over the ball just a little too soon. But on that occasion, he kept the face open just a little longer, a little bit like Connors used to do. He got better depth, better penetration. Of course, he hits many more winners as a rule with his forehand than backhand. Yes, they liked it too.
As good a forehand as he's hit for a while. And he's threatening again.
13-14.
Break point for Nadal. He's 1 out of 2 on break points so far. Suddenly he did look a player who's won 10 Grand Slams. Djokovic fading a little. Nadal is a break up again and will serve for this opening set. Signs there that Rafa was coming to terms with what's going on here. Now, can he see it through? He needs to carry on serving as well as he has done in this first set. That's been the one thing, apart from the occasional big forehand, that has been a big bonus for him. And so it continues.
Well, he's used the body serve a lot more in this match than I've ever seen him do it before. So obviously that's a tactic thought of and really deployed pretty well here. Yes, and we ought to qualify. I mean, it's poor by their standards. It's still outstanding tennis, of course. Just that we expect the very best from the world's best.
Yeah, we've been spoiled.
Yeah.
But this, by their standards, is really second rate.
I mean, even that was a huge miss.
Djokovic, you could understand. You know, he may be feeling a little sluggish after what's gone on. It may take him time. Certainly no sign that he's really coming to terms with what's going on. Doesn't look injured, but he looks a touch slow. But Nadal, this has been so in and out. He's certainly getting more cheap points in his first serve than I've seen before in big matches.
Yes, I think his average first serving speed tonight will be a lot more than perhaps he's ever achieved, Nadal.
That's what we want to see. Rallies like that, we've been deprived of them.
14-15.
And Lever, a fellow left-hander, would just love to see a bit more of the play at the net and would have rejoiced in Nadal going into the net.
2 set points. Yeah. 128 kilometers an hour, and Djokovic just laughed at it.
Well, we remember what he did to Federer when he was down match points against Federer at the US Open. He just took a huge blast on the forehand, hit a clean winner. So he's not going to hold back.
Second set point for the Spaniard. Good depth from Djokovic.
Yes.
Well, you've got to compliment him on the bravery of it. Just huge hits by Djokovic, suddenly controlling them all, hitting them flat, stretching Nadal.
Yeah, was away. Djokovic is not going to challenge. That was excellent work from Nadal. And he's earned a third set point. Bit more now of the exciting play that we expect of him. Well, it took an hour and 20 minutes. It may be a crucial factor for someone who's been 4 hours and 50 minutes on court a couple of nights ago. Djokovic. Fru's vacated his seat, three-time champion Mats Wilander here. Your thoughts, Mats? A little disappointing until the end. The old Rafa was turning up a bit at the end.
Yeah, I think the level overall was quite disappointing. I like Rafa's tactics, trying to go more with his forehand down the line, but Novak looks a bit sluggish to me.
15.
And Rafa, you think some of it's down to nerves?
I think Rafa feels that this is a good court for him. It's a little slower than the US Open. I think Novak feels that I know exactly what I'm supposed to do. I just don't have the energy right now to muster it up. But
was in. Blazing winner. That's the kind of stuff he was producing against Murray. We've seen little of it here this evening.
Yeah, I think that's the difference. He can spend so much less energy and still stay level in this match, Djokovic, compared to what Nadal can do. He can save his energy for when it really needs it.
Oof.
32.
There have been some very strange errors in this match.
It seems like he's pushing a little too hard, Djokovic, and trying to go too close to the lines. Just loose shots.
Let.
Well played. All fortnight we've been talking about the desire of Djokovic after this fantastic year. Is it the same? And now the mindset. He's lost the first set. To win this match, it's going to be another, what, 3.5 hours against Rafa. First set took an hour and 20.
This is all about desire, and I think we'll find out a lot about Novak Djokovic tonight. He's able to turn this around, and wow.
And Rafa's beginning to have the fire Well, it's always been there, but he's able to show it, express it on court now for the first time, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that was Andy Murray's the only thing he was missing. I thought he played a great match against Novak, but early in that fourth set, there needed to be a bit more vamos in Novak's face, and I think Rafa he's too experienced. He's not going to let those moments slip by. He's going to show Novak.
So an important service game for Djokovic. Spent a lot of the first set shaking his head as if he was furious with himself. The legs wouldn't work, the forehand, the off forehand wasn't working. But last 20 minutes or so, it seems like he's knuckling down to the task.
Yeah, it's amazing how it seems so clear to him what his game plan is. I'm not really 100% sure what he's thinking, obviously, but it looks to him like he knows exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. And when it works, it looks simple. And with Rafa, he's searching. He hits that slice backhand sometimes that he never used to do. Goes with the forehand down the line sometimes, and he's missing that one a little bit. But I think he needs to be searching for it, Nadal, because otherwise, if it's predictable, Djokovic will not lose this match unless Andy Murray took it out of him the other night.
Second service. Love 15.
First double of the match from either player.
He has been serving, though, very well in the first set. Rafa been mixing it up. Quite a lot of body serves, it seems. He's caught Novak off guard.
Well played, Djokovic. Best rally for a little while then from the serve.
Yeah, and that's the rally that I don't know how Nadal can get out of it. It just looks like he doesn't have a shot that can get himself out of it. He did well with those slice backhands, I thought, Nadal, because once he gets caught there on that backhand side, the next shot that Djokovic rips into Nadal's forehand, he just can't answer that one.
Just got enough swing on that. Only 124 Ks. Djokovic just couldn't get a handle on it.
Yeah, maybe too far back, not Djokovic. Maybe didn't attack the return enough. And they've played an hour and 29 minutes.
Yes.
13 games. Wow.
Yeah, it's been key, that forehand. One of the keys to winning the first set. You can see him thumping his side. Because here are 2 break points for Djokovic.
Yeah, it's easy to say when you're watching it, but I mean we're old school, and I'm sure Fru McMillan would be agreeing with me. Certainly Rod Laver would be. That lefty serve, you have to serve and volley sometimes. I mean, he's done it well. He's gotten the chip backhand back, the return from Djokovic. You have to come in and serve and volley once in a while. Just got to ask more questions than he's doing right now, Nadal.
Yes. Djokovic beside himself for giving Rafa the chance. Second break point. How about a first serve? They've been short supply at the start of this second set. That's it. Exciting shot.
Sorry, Sammy, best rally of the match there. I mean, that forehand down the line. I think everyone in the crowd thought that was going to go long, but it had so much topspin on it. Well done, Nadal. I think it's that one.
Yes.
It's so deep. And just wore him down there for once. Nadal wore Djokovic down in the rally.
It's a grueling rally to lose. There's the first serve. First ace of the game, third in the match. No. Not even close. Yes. I was going to say the standard of tennis has really picked up in the last 5 or 6 minutes, but that belonged to the first set, that shot.
Strange choice here, Nadal. He's trying to slice this backhand, but well, from an old-fashioned school, I would have said slice that one in and come in after it and make him pass you. You haven't been at the net maybe more than a couple of times. Djokovic doesn't like to see you there.
First serve really is the key for Rafa for holding here. Djokovic, I think, is going to challenge this now. 204 Ks, his fastest serve of the night. And that's a big hold for Rafa Nadal.
Yeah, nearly a necessity to stay in this set, I feel. Because Djokovic was getting onto something there. I don't think it bothered him that much that he lost the first set. Apart from the fact that physically we don't know how he feels. But in terms of tennis, I think it's just a matter of getting loose, getting used to the Nadal spin. He knows how to do it. He knows how to play Nadal. But Nadal, I think, needs to win this set. 2 sets to love. You cannot catch Nadal.
Oh, that's extraordinary play from Novak Đoković. What instincts he had there earlier on. And then a divine shot on the pass.
Yeah, these are rallies that just really irritate you. And that's what Djokovic has at the end. He has that little extra power. Hits it so clean. And I mean, he must be exhausted by this time in this rally.
We talked about the semi-final, the Andy Murray factor earlier on. When you're looking for real signs of wear and tear, obviously the start's important. He did look sluggish at the start, and then I guess when you get to the sort of 3-hour mark plus of him beginning to fray then.
Yeah, I think the adrenaline has kicked in now. He's fine now for a while, but I think you're right. And I think Nadal is really, really fresh. I mean, he had 2 days off. It was perfect. I don't think he expected beating Federer the way he did. He played good at the end, really good. He played really good against Thomas Berdych, and I think he's so ready physically. And Novak is... he knows how to do it, but it has to hurt.
That belonged to the first set too, when so many of those into-out forehands were going either long or wide.
Streaky. Djokovic here. Very streaky.
Big point for him now.
For service.
Yeah, time for Nadal. Didn't do an awful lot.
14.
It's amazing though how easy they make that look, because it's not a good return, but it's low. I mean, it's a chip return. It bounces pretty low. Pinpoint accuracy there from Djokovic.
Well, he got him hurt, but couldn't pull the trigger. But this match, which started in second gear, is now moved up to what? Third, and moving in the right direction. It's 2-1. They've got to keep that going.
For service.
looked utterly commanding.
That's exactly what he's been doing to Nadal the 6 times they played last year. But one of these defending forehands that Nadal hits has to go down the line, because Djokovic is just planted over in the backhand corner. He doesn't mind hitting a forehand. He could hit a backhand from there. Nadal has to keep him honest and go down the line with it, even if he misses it. And even if it's short, it doesn't matter.
That's nodding his head.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, I like the backhand cross-court. When he takes it that early and he flattens it out, I mean, you can only hurt Djokovic on his forehand side. You really have a very hard time hurting him on its backhand side. And its forehand is more dangerous, but you gotta hurt him over there. He's not as good at that shot as a Roger Federer or a Rafael Nadal.
Oh! Wow! Shot of the match. I think we're all looking for another cross-court.
Looking for the replay here. It's so good to see Nadal say, you know what? This rally is over. I might as well lose this rally. I'm going to go for the winner and not get stuck in a longer rally than that. And he shouldn't. There comes a point when he can't win the rally. He really does, and he has to go for the winner or the unforced error. That the winner.
No. Difficult to understand why he's making so many errors.
Does it have to be that close to the line? I mean, I like that shot, but it seems really close to the line.
23 unforced errors for Nadal. He looks down at his racket. Forehand was a joy at times early on, but not latterly. Here's a chance for Djokovic, but he's 1 out of 7 on break points.
He just flies on him here, Nadal. I mean, we've talked a little bit about the fact that he's added some weight to the top of his racket, but it shouldn't make that big a difference, you would think. Just takes off on him.
Out.
Rafa's going to challenge. It wouldn't have been far away, but it's pretty important. Djokovic signaling that he thought it was out. He was going to challenge anyway, so you'd have to think it might be out, although instincts were that it was in. Out it is. Oh, that's a great volley from Djokovic.
Skidded off the baseline, that volley. It's really well done, but Nadal was there and it just took off on him.
Yeah, no chance. What an important shot, though. And Djokovic has got the jump on him in this second set.
Yeah, it's well done, Djokovic. And right there, it just takes off. Don't know what Rafa could have done with it, but he certainly could have played a defensive shot.
He got something on it, yeah.
Yeah.
So this match, well, I guess it looks pretty even Stevens at the moment. Nadal set to the good, Djokovic now a break to the good. The new ball flying a bit.
Amazing, the difference. I'm not sure. In the beginning, I thought it was a good thing because I think the courts are playing way too similar these days. The French Open, Wimbledon, US Open, Australian Open, same 4 players, same style. So maybe it's good that the new balls are so different. But they seem really hard to control, and it just changes the complexity of the match completely here at the Australian Open.
What, new balls to old balls?
Yeah, big difference.
Yeah. See how high that one got up. And Djokovic has picked his serving up now. Much better than where it was in the first set, where he was struggling to get to 50%. He's now nearly 60. First serves in.
Huge.
He powered that home.
30.
That's not really inside his comfort zone, that backhand, Nadal, but he has to do it. If he gets one small chance to dictate the point, got to do it.
Yeah, completely dominating rally from Novak Đokovic.
40-30. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a shot here where I think Nadal, this one here, that could be a slice back and give yourself some more time, give less power to the shot that that Djokovic is going to hit next. If you slice that, you have a better chance of neutralizing your own position, and there's less for Djokovic to work with.
Yeah, Nadal raised his level and now Djokovic has raised his. And even though he's a set down, he's looking in command of this at the moment. He leads 4-1. So Nadal 1-4. Looking distinctly second best at the moment as a Spaniard. Djokovic seems to have his number, but we've been here before with Rafa, and somehow he was out of it against Roger, wasn't he, for a while, and came back and won going away. So what I'm seeing at the moment is Rafa, for all that he was saying about coming out to the baseline, being more aggressive, just being pushed back and dominated.
Yeah, just really not much he can do here, Rafa. I think this is a really good time to not throw the towel in. I mean, throw the towel in when it comes to the scoreboard and try a few different things. I mean, I really would like for him to possibly serve and volley, possibly hit a few more slice backhands. Just change things up a little bit. And obviously, you want to make it a physical match. Keep Novak out here, but Rafa needs to change.
Djokovic non è falsa.
I think it was all right. Djokovic maybe wants to give himself a few extra seconds. Oh, it's out. Many people are as surprised as I am. Rafa giving himself the big vamos, but it's all Djokovic at the moment, even though he lost that point. Well played, Nadal.
That point could be massive for this match.
30-50.
Yes, Djokovic following it in.
Yeah, and that'll make him scared as well, Djokovic, because that was a good approach shot. Tough pass by Nadal. And that'll keep Djokovic away from the net a little bit.
.196, fifth ace for Nadal.
40-50.
Yeah, that may be a very important game for Nadal. He was under the cosh there, but came up with a couple of good things.
Yeah, well, he's going to keep Novak out here longer, that's for sure. But also, the second set is huge for Nadal. A little more aggressive there, Nadal, in that game. What I haven't figured out, Simon, is where is he returning from, Nadal, and which return is working? Is it further back, running and hitting his forehand, or is it taking it earlier?
Yeah.
Don't know.
It's very close.
Not much is work for him on return in this set. Very close, says Pascal Maria. That was in.
It's amazing how often he's right, Djokovic, today.
Again, Nadal way back to receive. No. Oh,
If he makes that shot, that's unbelievable.
Love 15.
Sucking in air as he's been wont to do.
And it's still unbelievable that he hits this shot. Whoa.
Well, the serve was worth waiting for.
15.
What with Nadal's funereal pace and Djokovic bouncing the balls, no wonder the sets are lasting as long as they are. 2 hours we've been going, midway through the second set. Well, that backhand slice doesn't work.
30.
Yeah, it's something he needs to work on. Yeah, it is a way to stay in the rally for Nadal, that's for sure. There's less to hit off of for Djokovic, but just bending his back a little bit more, bend his knees and be a little more aggressive with it. I'll tell you what, these new strings they're using, they're not good for slicing backhands because there's no feel in them.
You just go for power.
15.
Here's a chance for Djokovic to extend his lead again. Rafa not coming forward again to receive the second serve. Yeah. Must have got the baseline. Rafa looks back, but he's not going to challenge Djokovic. Tactics, looking to be more aggressive. And then the semi-final happened with Novak and Andy, and maybe they've changed their tactics back to where they were. To be, I mean, he's not being as aggressive as all that, particularly in this set. As if, you know, we'll have a war of attrition here and we will win it.
15.
I agree 100%. I think it was a good thing in a way to make Novak tired, but I think Rafa really needed to stick to what he had decided to do from the beginning, which was to be much more aggressive than he is. And I think you're right. I think they're thinking, I can win this playing the way I usually play because he's dead.
And the trouble is, he isn't dead. And in spurts, he's beginning to play super tennis.
Yeah, it seems like he decides 10 minutes. I need 10 minutes here of really focus, which means I can hold serve for sure, hopefully get a break up, and then maybe I can relax for 5 minutes, take a breather, and hopefully that's 5. It doesn't matter. I can hit a few winners, shorten the point, and then he focuses again. Very strange way of playing, but #1 in the world, very confident at the moment, and listening to what how much his body has left.
Magical play. Seizing the moment there, Nadal.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do more of, I think.
30-15.
Serve punished. There was the slice working beautifully.
And I love the second serve out wide to the Novak forehand. And then either he's going to get a forehand Nadal and go cross-cut with that one, make Novak run, or hit that little slice. That was well done.
A little extra side spin does for Djokovic.
Ooh, it looked a bit uncomfortable there, like he tripped on a bug or something. They're quite big.
First service.
Oh. Yeah, it was good. Oh, Nadal's going to challenge as if I refused to acknowledge that shot. It was a bit like the match point against Federer, wasn't it, the US Open? Take aim and fire.
Yeah, but he feel the ball is out.
And he, ooh.
Yes. Nadal has one challenge remaining.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
So he wasn't, he was lying, actually.
Yeah.
Until Tony thought it was out, not Rafa.
Yeah. And that's what Djokovic was complaining about. The match is getting a bit of extra spice at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing how well he reads that serve, Djokovic, because a couple of times in that first set, Nadal was able to get Djokovic to hit a slice backhand off of this serve, but sometimes he just picks it and wow.
Again, a very good return. And it gives Djokovic a chance for the set now. Well played, Nadal. Really getting him on the stretch.
Yes.
He's been into the net 9 times. Nadal's won 89%, 8 out of 9. Obviously, he comes in when, but I think still it's something that he needs to do more.
Yeah, getting on top in that rally. Hammering it home. Another lengthy game.
Yeah, and I have to point that out. I mean, that is a result of what just happened in that previous rally. It's impossible to prove that it's true, but Djokovic just panics that little bit because suddenly Nadal came forwards in the rally, and he pulls the trigger a little bit earlier than he's done before Djokovic, and misses it.
Ow, ow.
Djokovic really taking aim on that second serve. Nadal, well, it could be important, you never know. It doesn't feel that way because Djokovic has really dominated this set. But let's see, 5-3 serves to level up.
Yeah, this is sort of crunch time. Easy to play the way Djokovic has done in this set because he's so confident. But now it's more about confidence. It's obviously confidence, but there's nerves now. Has to be nerves. He has to hold here, Novak.
Wonderful sweep of the shoulders there from Djokovic.
15 up.
Not going to get any pressure with shots like that.
No, really strange. Seems like he doesn't get any spin at all on the ball right then. What really happens here? He mishits it a little bit.
Too casual. Yeah, too good. Nadal behind the Melbourne sign, went to receive and through that rally. And Djokovic with an exquisite volley has 2 more set points.
Yeah, really well done. Very confident play by Novak Djokovic. That backhand is incredible. It wasn't a bad return from Nadal. It was high enough, but he comes in and that's a very delicate little volley.
Is that risky?
It's risky, but if it goes in, I mean, it's a winner. It's the way he wins the points. I think Djokovic has really matured in his tactical skills. It's incredible the right shots he hits all the time. It's risky, but
he makes a high percentage of them.
Yeah, especially on big points. And 40-15, why not?
Oh, the big forehand from Nadal. Back with a vengeance there. And he saved 3 set points now.
Yes.
Yeah, where does it go wrong for Djokovic here? Nowhere. Nadal opens it up with a forehand down the line sooner than Djokovic expects it, and then it's Nadal's point. That one is easy, the last one. It's the first forehand down the line. Nadal has to risk it.
He's got it. What a present from Djokovic. What was he thinking? Nadal had the point and then seemed to have lost it.
What was who thinking? Which one was thinking?
Exactly. No one was thinking.
Oh, wow. What a horrible shot selection right here by Rafael Nadal. And a horrible drop shot. Guesses right. Oh, luck. Novak had that point. And again, it's the forehand down the line, though, that Nadal hit that will open up the court.
Break point. Now will Nadal attack? It's out, and he's been broken. He's going to challenge, but Nadal, who was the closest to it, is looking to walk to his chair. He's stopped now, but his first instinct was to go, and Djokovic is joining him, so this is probably out. Indeed it is. It's a double, and Nadal is now at 5-4. And this set back in the melting pot at 5-4.
I think he put enough intensity into that beginning of that set, middle of that set, and then he tried to bring it on to serve it out, and that's very difficult to do, even if you're as confident as he certainly is. Still has a chance, though.
So Nadal then, 4-5. So that's for the second time to stay in this second set. It was long, surely. Nadal looking down now. He made the right decision to carry on, but it did seem long, and now he's looking up at the umpire. Poor mistake this from Djokovic. So much time.
Yeah, and it's important, the point though for Nadal to remember that that slice backhand doesn't have to be very good. There is no pace on it, and Novak Djokovic needs pace, especially on his backhand side, to generate any kind of dangerous power.
After the return, Djokovic. Seems that when the adrenaline's firing, he's constantly dangerous, but the adrenaline seems to come and go in this match.
Yeah, what a good returner he is. It's incredible.
Out.
Yeah. Pascal Mario with the right intervention. He's having a good match. So the pressure on Nadal again.
Yeah, there's really not much space to serve his second serve in there for Nadal. I mean, he could go body serve, but if it's just a little bit to the side of the body, then it's in the strike zone. He needs first serves.
There you are. Still operating at 72% first serves in.
32.
Yep. Snuck that in and couldn't get a lever on it, Djokovic.
Yeah, it seems like that body serve has, when he gets it there, it really works. It's obviously hard to do. I personally used to hate this serve. Stefan Edberg eventually figured out that that's where he needs to serve against me, and from that point, he's my enemy. He made it correct.
Yeah. Is Rafa going to challenge the correction?
You have one challenge.
He's not going to waste it.
Nadal challenged the call.
He is going to waste it.
Ball was calling.
Well, he's had a good match, Pascal Mario. This is a big call here. If he gets this wrong, certainly things are changing. He was very quick to call it long. Oh! Wow.
But replay the point, right?
Yeah. No, he's not impressed.
40-30.
No, because he won the point, Djokovic.
He was casual there, Djokovic. It's only a couple of inches long, but he did well.
And then you wonder at what time in the match does Nadal bring up his second serve speed from 132 kilometers an hour, which is, it's slightly faster than Caroline Wozniacki's second serve, but I'm telling you, it's not by a lot. And that should be up there by 150, 155. He has to be able to do that, and that's one of those risky shots he needs to take chances with.
Yeah, Djokovic guessed right and then let it fly. And once more, he's got set point. This is set point number 4.
Yeah, you always ask yourself, why did I go to my opponent's strength there? Gone to the forehand down the line so often, Nadal, especially when he's been in the driver's seat, but great backhand.
Boy, is she a supporter. Djokovic won the first set on a double fault. Nadal did rather, and Djokovic wins the second set the same way. And after what, 2 hours and 27 minutes, it's 1 set apiece. Because there's damage done, obviously, to both players. You'd have to think there's more damage done to Djokovic, but you wouldn't know it. And of course, Nadal never seems to tire.
He never seems to tire, and Uncle Tony's still there, and it surprises me because I think they should be looking for the Nadal forehand. I think Djokovic has just been told here about a bit too long in between points, but I was surprised really, Nadal having hit so many forehands early on in the match down the line, suddenly didn't find it, and Djokovic really was outscoring him with many, many more winners off his ground strokes than Nadal. Nadal's got to rediscover the urgent forehand down the line.
So here we go then, into set number 3.
Bit more restricted, I thought, Nadal as a result. Much more freedom of expression generally from Djokovic, other than when he was serving for the set.
Yes, Djokovic at times brilliant. When he got out to a 4-1 lead, he was really playing well. And then he seemed to take his foot off the accelerator a bit.
Yes, I think he went for even sort of bigger shots, thinking, well, the freedom with which I've been hitting has been a success, therefore I'm going to go for even more. And even though Nadal loses this point, the forehand down the line was partly damaging.
Djokovic seems to be moving a lot better now. He was sluggish in the first set. And that was a sumptuous game from Novak Đoković. Utterly in command.
Yes, that's his first love service game of the match for Djokovic. They've got the big screen up here, of course, where they can show replays. And early in the tournament, I made the comment that Leighton Hewitt was playing Roddick, and Roddick twisted his ankle a little bit. Oh, no, it was his hamstring. And Hewitt actually commented and said he looked up and he watched what had happened. And I sort of tried to get the word through that I didn't think it was a good thing for the repeats to be shown. And they haven't, in fact. At the start of the match, they were showing repeats, and you've seen a repeat there, which was shown on the big screen. But that's almost the first time they've shown repeats since very early on in the match. Otherwise, the slow motion replays and the repeats that you're seeing at home are not seen by the public here, and are therefore not seen either by the players, which I think is a good thing.
He lost the rally, but he does seem on top at the moment. You know, I take issue with you a little bit on that, Fru. I hear what you say about the players. I just think the public miss out on this. You know, when you think of other sports, cricket, for example, they love to see the replays, and I think tennis fans do, but I know what you mean about the players. Certainly smacked that. Perhaps the problem is that these screens are much more visible for the players than others.
Yes, they were just about to show that ace and then they stopped it, which is what they've been doing.
That's a crafty shot from Djokovic.
30-15.
Yes, and my point generally is that I don't mind the replays when there are no real incidents. I think that's fair enough. It's just when there might be a little bit of a twist of an ankle or something, which an opponent can then take an advantage of. I think those should be stopped. Otherwise, a reasonable replay, fair enough.
Nadal rather getting away with it. That second serve, only 129 Ks. It's devastating play from Djokovic. And we're beginning to see again the type of match that's won him 6 successive finals against Nadal.
Yes, and a very crafty forehand here with which to virtually seal the point. One of the few really sharply angled shots that has been played by Djokovic. It's where he has to put as much spin on his shots as Nadal does.
Another superb return. And the pressure on the serve again.
Yes, he barely completed his follow through here and the ball was at him, at his feet.
Again, the body serve does the trick. It's been his best serve. It's too short. Just butchered by the serve.
Well, judging by his body language and his language too, he feels he's onto a good thing here, does Djokovic. He feels he can play this part of the set as he did the second. And of course that's how he was able to dominate Nadal all of 2011.
Serving is keeping Rafa in this match at the moment. He's being outplayed for most of the rest of it.
Yes.
Just can't quite grasp it, can he? The way they're swatting these balls, it's as if the balls are very, very light. And they all say they're not. Maybe it's just the warm conditions. It remains warm here. The roof, of course, remains open. It's been open all fortnight.
Yeah, the forehand down the line again. A pivotal shot for Nadal.
Yes, I think in that second set where Djokovic was hitting somewhere around about 7 or 8 forehand winners, Nadal hit but 2.
Why is he not doing that more? Really super serving from Nadal, and he has leveled up. And I guess for go back to the start of the match, and if they were both offered one set all, one game all, 2 hours and 41 minutes, Rafa would take that. Maybe not Djokovic.
No, I think that's absolutely right, considering the fact that he's been comprehensively beaten by Djokovic 6 times out of 6. Of course, prior to that, Nadal had the lead on Djokovic, but times changed in 2011 drastically.
Yes. It hasn't changed much. It's still Djokovic, for the most part, in the ascendancy. Nadal's got to hope that at some stage he starts to lose sharpness.
And you can just see in that replay the way Djokovic hits the ball flat and keeps that racket head open, whereas Nadal's coming over his on his backhand side, although I thought he hit his backhand a lot better actually in the second set. Generally he comes over it a bit too soon and drops the ball short in court.
For the most part, Rafa can't hurt Djokovic. But Djokovic can certainly hurt him.
Yes, and again you can see the shortness. That one was fairly deep, but once he was taken out of position, of course, he could really do nothing much more than hope to get it back in court. Quite dismissive almost of Djokovic.
That's more like it. And again, it's the forehand doing the damage.
32.
Carlos Costa with his hands above his head. Former top Spanish player. An agent of Nadal.
I was back to the first set.
40.
Djokovic softening the blows there. Oh, that was a crass error from Nadal.
Yes, Djokovic didn't look at his most competitive, and then suddenly looking at the close-ups of it on our set here, he does look just a little weary. So Nadal needed to take advantage, just didn't quite move enough to the backhand. And that serve wasn't hit with much power either.
And a thundering forehand from Djokovic, and he's back in front.
Djokovic leads.
No breaks in this third set. It's the world number 1. 2 is coming down to the fact that a war of attrition, if it does go 5 sets, is the only way that Nadal can win this. Because for the most part, he's being bossed. Not bullied yet, but that might come. Unless Djokovic loses form, loses sharpness. And that could happen too. Get in trouble on the second serve, just 134 Ks.
And of course, because he's used the swinging serve out to the right-hander's backhand a lot more, Djokovic naturally expecting it, moving over there well, and just firing it back so quickly at Nadal.
I don't think he's enjoyed this match, Nadal. Very few of the sort of dashing movements that you get from him, where you really feel the force is with him. It's been a battle, this. And he enjoys a battle, don't get me wrong. No one enjoys one more, but it's been more a battle with himself.
Well, I think he needs the spectacular, and we haven't quite seen that as we did against Federer, where he just brought off some remarkable gets and passes from impossible positions. Gets the crowd going, has Nadal jumping off his feet, punching the air. This has been more workmanlike. Oh, wow. That's horrible. Well inside, surely. And Djokovic loses the advantage.
Yeah. Nadal again getting away with it.
Now gets the first serve, which Djokovic had him, was all over, like a rash, all over that serve.
Whoa. He just lapped up the slice. Knew exactly what Rafa was doing and jumped on him.
That was probably the most vicious slice that Nadal's applied. It kept very, very low. And just marvelous exploitation of it by Djokovic. Not easy to play that. He made it look easy. It's a shot he used so well towards the end of the match against Murray.
Such break point. Is out. A rally of frightening ferocity. Nadal really sticking it to Djokovic there, but the Serb staying with him. He gets the break. And now he's a break in front. It looks a very different match.
Yes, he was throwing everything at Djokovic, wasn't he? He used the forehand down the line just about as well as he could. He tried to wrong foot Djokovic, a rally and a point that went into over 20 strokes. And yet he comes out a loser. Terrific defense by Djokovic and the ability to turn defense into immediate attack. Too many missed first serves though by Nadal in that game.
They're trying to rouse him now. Nadal doesn't stay negative for very long. But Djokovic is hurting him in so many ways now.
Thank you.
And serving better too. Everything's starting to turn his way.
That'll win him some friends.
Creo que buena Nadal is changing the call on the right.
Umpire saying he thought it was in, and I think it was in too.
Worth a challenge.
Nadal has 2 chances away.
It's great serving with that wide serve. Of course, just as the left-hander can hurt the right-hander on the left court, so the right-hander has to turn the tables when he serves to the right.
It's getting easier and easier for Novak Đoković at the moment. Powering his way through. He's got the force with him. So Djokovic 4-1 to the good. And it seems through that Nadal's powerless to stop the pendulum moving even more Djokovic's way.
Well, he's certainly got to serve a lot better as Nadal, for one thing. Otherwise, there seems to be a facility with which Djokovic is tackling this match now. Even though he looked for a moment there a little tired, he just hits out with so much more freedom and is overpowering Nadal.
And this is the same Nadal, remember, who on Thursday was powering his way past Roger Federer.
Yes, the problem with Djokovic, by comparison with Federer, is that he doesn't give Nadal any soft shots, doesn't have too many mishits. He's got more power on the backhand than Federer.
Into the 4th hour, but how deep?
15.
Remember, the second set was very strong for Djokovic early on, and then he just took his foot off the accelerator a bit. Nadal got back in it to no avail.
Got him.
And it's the only shot that gets him.
And quickly applauded too, immediately applauded by Djokovic. I was saying only had 2 forehand winners in the second set. He needs to hit quite a few more here. And it's no use hitting it hard if it's going to bounce short.
Well, he'll never stop trying and he'll never stop believing, but I think those uncommitted here are starting to lose faith fairly rapidly. Exquisite footwork. You could hear the squeaking of the feet as he got into position.
30-40.
So break point, this is surely set point. A double break would be too much for Rafa.
Brilliant choice of shot by Djokovic. He's been hitting the ball so hard, that's what Nadal expected. Doesn't often play drop shots with the forehand. That's Federer-like, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, if he gets out of this predicament in this third set, he'll remember that. They'll all remember it. So will Djokovic, that serve.
Maybe remembering that it was at exactly this stage that he relinquished control for about 10-15 minutes in the second set. And Nadal gets out of that.
Djokovic leads 4-2.
So I think he needs a miracle to turn this set around.
Yes, almost in the end a concession by Djokovic, as if he was saying, well, I've put enough effort, I've lost the break point that I had, I better concentrate on my serve. So having had a stay, Nadal, and that's undoubtedly what it is, had he lost that point he would have lost the set, I'm pretty sure. What can he make of this?
Nadal having to resort to single-handed backhands. And you know he's in trouble when this kind of thing happens.
I don't know whether you hear the night sounds of Melbourne. I've got a cricket in my ear.
Yes, they're all out tonight. There was one in the commentary booth. How it gets up here, I don't know.
Right on the line. Won 9 points in a row on serve. It's his best series of points won on serve in the match.
But look at that for Nadal. 20% of points he's winning from the baseline. And if he's not winning points from the baseline, where on earth is he winning points?
Oh.
And Djokovic is cleaning his clock right now.
Djokovic leads 5-2.
Playing better and better, and there is nothing, it seems, that Nadal can do about it, except hope that somewhere along the line he loses. It's interesting, Nadal's supporters box, which is normally so animated when he's playing, there was polite applause, but it's almost as if they too have lost a bit of belief now. Their man is taking such a beating. She's back. Was it long on the baseline?
Love 15.
Pascal Harris said he thought it was all right. Would have been very close, that's for sure.
Sorry.
Well, he's got the challenges, Nadal. He's got 2 left. He's worried about it. He should have used it. Getting a bit frantic.
Love 13.
That's what happened at Wimbledon. He got really wild because he was almost a little boy lost, which is an amazing thing to say about Nadal.
It's difficult to know where he can go. Nothing's working. By his standards, he looked a fraction slow moving there, did Nadal. Here are 3 set points for Djokovic.
Oh, boy.
This is the kind of form that he showed towards the end of his match against Leighton Hewitt and David Ferrer in the 4th set against Murray. 2-1.
Get more free points, but I really don't like Rafa's backhand at the moment. When he thinks when he gets a short ball off of his backhand side and he tries to sort of go for it, he doesn't go for it. He drops it short, and Novak is so quick on it. So Rafa needs to hit more backhand slices down to Novak's backhand. That's the only pace. I mean, he could make it a physical match. Can he make it a physical match is the question. But tactically, that's the one, is slow it down, get yourself in better position and try and slice it down to Novak's 2-handed backhand. That's the only place Novak doesn't have enough power, firepower himself to do anything with it. Maybe he doesn't have that shot, Nadal, but certainly that's the one he needs to add then. Oh my goodness, what can you do?
Fantastic rally. And well might he punch the air. He's playing some staggeringly good tennis now.
It's incredible how clean he hits the ball, Djokovic.
15.
All the time. And everything goes in, of course.
3 hours and 15 minutes been going, and Djokovic, who started sluggishly, has just got better and better as the match has gone on. And now he's at a level that I fear Nadal can't reach.
Yeah, just there's nothing he can do at the moment, Nadal, that's going to hurt Djokovic. How frustrating is this for Rafa?
Yeah.
Wow.
Ever since the US Open, he's been plotting a course to beat Djokovic in a match like this, and it just isn't happening. And it, not just that, it's nowhere near to happening. They've added the little few extra grams on the head. They've talked about being as aggressive as they can, shortening the rallies. None of it's working.
Not really. Novak has this amazing ability at the moment when he is tired after a long rally. His body's so relaxed and he comes up with a clean winner as an ace. Yeah, he's so good at playing these little mini matches right now, Novak Djokovic. Before he looked at it as a 3.5-hour encounter. Right now it's point by point. Incredible.
That'll help. A bit more variety about him there, even the slice backhand to the backhand.
Yes.
Let's see if we show this here now. We don't get to see it, but Rafa there somehow got control of that rally.
He still believes.
Djokovic.
Yeah, Djokovic knows this is an important game. He learnt from earlier on that he's got to keep on the offense here. Mustn't let it go for 1 second. Bigger backhand down the line as he's hit for an hour.
Yeah, a little bit closer to the baseline, maybe inside slightly. Now just behind and still got that much power.
Not a long game. When it's so tight, Nadal can't afford errors like that. It's his 40th unforced error in the match.
Yeah, that must be a record for him in just over 3 sets.
battening down the hatches,
Podsete.
and he moves further clear. Signs there that Nadal was able to hurt him for the first time in, well, a set and a half.
No, he's not going anywhere. I mean, these next 2 games are really important. I think Nadal is the last person. I mean, he did make a comeback at the US Open in the finals, and I think that's something that you will remember. And very nearly did he turn that match around at the Open.
Yes, this match hasn't been as good as that match yet.
No, it hasn't. This even seems like the crowd here is not that excited. It's no, I don't know, there's no excitement, there's no intensity. And again, it's I have to say it, I think they play too often. I mean, when you go into a match like this or a match like US Open, you have #1 and #2 in the world, and you know beforehand, you're pretty sure who's going to win it. Something's wrong with the sport. And if Novak is fit here, Novak's going to win this. You know that beforehand. The only reason I thought Rafa was because he's played so many tough matches, Novak, but 6 times a year? I think that's too many times between #1 and 2.
He's finding a rhythm. Signs of it in the last game and here. There's something more rhythmic about Nadal.
Giving himself a little bit of breathing room in some of these rallies. And then he steps in and he takes these backhands just a little bit earlier and goes for it a little bit more. That's what he needs to do, to hit himself out of this situation, Nadal.
To go back to your previous point, I don't understand how you can avoid them playing as much as they do. If they make their way to the finals all the time, they deserve to play each other. You can't avoid it.
No, you can't avoid it. I just think that there's something wrong with the schedule when they have to play all these Masters series, and we see it over and over and over again. And when you go to the US Open final, I mean, Novak Djokovic is winning. Why do I know that before? It's wrong. I'll tell you the reason why after this point.
Huge relief for Nadal.
I heard Roger Federer say he came to the studio the other night with me and Annabelle Croft, and he said he didn't count. What was he drawing from? He was drawing from the O2 Arena ATP Finals. He beat Rafa there. He played well at the French Open, and the one in Miami, he said it didn't matter because I don't know why everybody's so excited when we play. He's not excited about playing Rafael Nadal anymore, and that's wrong. That's bad. It's like Manchester United and Chelsea would play 10 times a year. That's not fun. It's not the players' fault. It's the players underneath them, but they play too many tournaments.
Pity. He's playing a lot better now, Nadal, and he is aggressive, and he is trying this new plan. It's taken him a long while to try and execute it, even because he's been pushed back. Has to win this game here. Otherwise, this could be over pretty quick.
Yeah, he's incredible, Djokovic, though, how he stands on the baseline, how good he is at half volleying shots. Only Andre Agassi would be up at that level, and he didn't move as well, not even close to.
Oh, amazing the way he just drifted aside and allowed the lever to come through. Wasn't a bad serve.
I mean, that's the perfect serve. It's a body serve. That's what we're looking for. And somehow he makes it so deep. Incredible.
Nadal hanging on here. Well played.
Nadal.
Yeah, that's the formula right there. So keep coming up with that one. Forehand down the line, but so hard to do.
Yeah,
200 Ks, 124 miles an hour. His 7th ace of the match. And looking more the business now, Nadal. It's not too late. He just might take this into a 5th set, and then you never know.
That was a much better game, much more positive in that game, it seemed, Rafa. Taking a few of those backhands earlier, and of course ending it with an ace, that really helps.
There was a chance, and he needs to take those chances right now.
Has to make somebody like Novak Đoković volley. He's not a great volleyer. Leighton Hewitt talked about that. He played him. He said, all I was trying to do is just make him hit a one volley. Yeah, that's a horrible shot from Nadal.
Sixth ace. Hold on. As if he suspects that Nadal might be getting a lift here. So down you go, old boy. Cracking service game for Djokovic at just the right time. 2 sets to 1, 2 games to 1. He's looking good. The bounce, he never loses that. But the bad news is that Djokovic, for all his travails against Andy Murray, 4 hours and 50 minutes, he's looking good. In fact, he's looking less hurt here than he did against Ferrer or against Andy Murray. By now he was at least At one stage in both matches, he was looking like he was all ends up. Not here.
Thank you.
And this is where Nadal was broken the last 2 sets. One of the few rallies went pace to pace. Djokovic not able to pull the trigger.
Well, we know that Djokovic's backhand is not going to break down. At some point, does the forehand potentially break down? Because that is his weaker side.
No, it's not.
15.
Ouch.
Amazing how easy, though, it makes it look when you're this confident. Novak's defensive lob, perfect.
Djokovic
challenge. And then gives himself a hard time because I think he thinks he's missed it.
Yeah, that's 2 forehands in a row here that he's missed.
Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
One more mighty serve from Nadal. He's serving better again after a poorer patch on serve. There could be some considerable more pain for Djokovic before he lifts this trophy. Nadal barking towards his relations and friends. He's playing so much better now. Why it suddenly come? Well, maybe it was almost getting desperate. He's just relaxed. Tension's gone. He's hitting free. And he's a threat now.
He's definitely a threat if you can keep this up. The problem, I guess, becomes when you play like this for a while and then you realize, wow, I'm drawing even here. I have a chance to win. But then how do you stay relaxed? But yeah, I think he's realizing I'm going to lose this match unless I let it go a little bit. And that was a big difference. Just more energy in everything he did.
Listen to the crowd, how they're responding. Suddenly, it's a totally different atmosphere around the place. And they're still mostly for Rafa. He's got it. It's not over.
Love 15.
Could this be another turning point?
Amazing how good those shots have to be, though. A really good return and then the forehand right in the corner on the line.
Great expression from Novak.
Let. First service.
Well, that shot's just not going away.
15-0.
Well, he's going toe-to-toe with him, and now he's staying with him, and look at this.
15-13.
Popeye unleashed.
Yeah, and there's that slice backhand that I was hoping for, because what does Novak do with that? Nothing. And that's how he opens up the court, Nadal. He has to dare to do that, though, a little bit more, because that's the only winner he can hit, is his inside-out forehand or a forehand down the line against Novak. Well done.
Then Novak straight on the attack. Serve's done him a power of good.
40.
Serve out wide. Djokovic does very well to hold there. That was an important hold because the crowd were really feeling that this was switching, this one. Still no breaks in set number 4. They're still very happy, and why not? Their man's in front. But Nadal's running him closer. All the plans, all the thought processes of the last, what, 4 or 5 months since the US Open, they're coming to fruition. He's keeping it closer now. But then so did Andy Murray, and he's on his way back home. Djokovic doesn't lose matches like this.
Djokovic in the corner on the left baseline. Ball was called out.
He didn't get a signal from his camp. He looked across and no one was signaling, as if they thought this might be a decent call. But it isn't.
replay the moment.
Well, he just doesn't miss second serve returns. Is that what it is? Incredible.
That's one he'll talk about with them afterwards.
I don't know how they can be laughing.
Oh, only just, but it was.
30 love.
But there is the old dashing Nadal. There's more and more signs of it. He's feeling the victory now. You can see a way where he just could beat the fella here. Just going up to check it. Nope. First double of this set. Crowd now totally involved in this match. We've seen it get better and better, and now it's really very good. Took a long while to get to this stage, though. Again, the depth so good from Djokovic.
Amazing how many balls he hits that are within 2 or 3 feet of the baseline. And those feel so risky. When I play tennis, those feel like I have no idea if they're going in and out, in or out, and Djokovic just amazing.
So a big point here for Rafa. Yes, suddenly it's Nadal injecting the pace after he did slow ball in with that backhand down the backhand side.
40-30.
Yeah, the inside-out forehand of Nadal is really working here. Did he look a bit tired there, Djokovic, maybe?
He may be, but, you know, I don't take anything out of his body language because he's looked almost dead and buried a couple of times in this tournament. Too good. And many are standing up here to applaud Nadal.
3 games over.
He's bringing his A game to the match now for the first time.
Just want to see a close match. Obviously, a lot of Spaniards here, but there's more just Nadal fans because he's such an inspiration the way he fights. Bit lucky there, though. That backhand that he hits here is, ooh, it's maybe closer than he thought, but it was enough. And he is nearly there. I tell you what, again, there's that little slice backhand that Nadal, that time he had to hit it, but that gave Djokovic that little bit of extra time, and there's no pace to hit here. And we'll see it comes right here. Nadal has to defend, and there's nothing on this ball, which is why he makes a decision to go for the drop shot. Drop shot goes in, most probably wins the point, but there's something in there. Nadal has figured that out.
What was that?
30-50.
Strange error when you watch Nadal do that. It's so unusual.
Yes, Djokovic getting better and better. Still very nearly 80% first serves in this set.
Yes, I think so. Game. Djokovic.
In the end, a comfortable game for Djokovic. Nadal's form just dropping a little there. And Djokovic is 2 games away from the 100th Australian men's singles title. So that's the situation. Nadal 3-4. No breaks so far in set number 4. And no break points either. But Nadal, no doubt, not serving as well as Djokovic in this set. Got it right to the line. Nadal looking back as if he couldn't believe it the first time, but he's not going to challenge. What a shot.
It wasn't the only shot that hit the line. The return was on the line too.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Looked like it was the outside of the line as well. Yeah. No, he couldn't finish it. What an amazing recovery from Djokovic. His whole box standing up. And isn't that classy again? Such an important point. Antonio applauds him.
I mean, what else can Nadal do than that? I mean, that was the most amazing rally of the whole. How does Djokovic, after that point, come back so easily?
Yes, it's that, isn't it? He glides across.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, Nadal moves well, but he's not even close to as flexible or as quick as Djokovic.
Oh. This could be the moment. Suddenly, everything's firing. And 3 break points. If he gets just one of them, he will serve for his 3rd Australian Open title. Rafa. That was pure, undiluted Rafael Nadal.
I mean, the shots have to be so good. It's incredible. I was listening. Did you hear the interview that he had in the car? Novak Đoković, they asked him how much physical training he does a day, and he said 3 hours on the court and about 2.5 hours of physical training. I would like to know what he does.
Oh, this is a great effort. Still one more break point to save. Oh, yes. Even by his standards, this is exceptional. Pinning Djokovic down that backhand side. Djokovic is going to challenge, I think, but I think it was all right. Deserves to be all right. This is heroism.
Yes, he had got it. Yeah, there is rain coming down right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's very clear. It is starting to rain. You can see it under the lights.
Yes, it is. Fantastic. The very best plays produced in the match as we go into the 5th hour. Now, will they start closing the roof? Listen to this. Rafa's saying we can't carry on. It's raining harder now. They're going to have to close the roof. An awful time, just when everything's building to a crescendo.
Well, a horrible time for Djokovic, that's for sure. But here comes the referee. They're going to close the roof. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like they are. Well, it's half shut already, so this should take, what, 7 or 8 minutes, probably no more. And it's raining quite hard now. Oh, that is such a shame. Because suddenly it was becoming frighteningly good tennis. And then this happens. They couldn't have picked a worse moment And I feel more for Nadal, because suddenly he got it going.
Yeah, he was trying to get him to close the roof. I mean, they are closing the roof. It'll take some time.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I'm sure you're aware, there is a light shower passing over, but there is a lot more on the way. We're expecting in excess of 50 mils from Melbourne overnight and through tomorrow. The roof will be closed and the match will continue.
There's a thunderstorm on the way. There's a thunderstorm out on the court. Wasn't that fabulous? That was Nadal at his very best, showing us exactly what he's made of.
Two great first serves, an unbelievable forehand. They could really make the difference in this match. I mean, how unlucky for Novak Djokovic. He was so close. He could have finished this match if he broke there, could have served it out, but suddenly a lot of time to think about it. Do you go to the locker room, change your shirt? Do you stay on the court? I mean, difficult times.
Wasn't he sensational though, Rafa? Just out of this world. So we're going to take a break, and then we're going to, because it's going to take 5 minutes or so, have a reprise of Mats's interview with Victoria Azarenka, the ladies champion, when she came into the studio yesterday. But don't worry, you won't miss a thing here. You wouldn't want to, would you? Well, Djokovic left the court. He's back with us. Nadal prowling around the baseline. We're just about ready to go. So what's it taken out of that sudden burst of energy from Rafael Nadal? The most inopportune time for it to happen, but here we go.
Thank you.
4 games each. Nadal, though, with a huge lift. Nadal looked straight round at his boxes to say, why did that have to happen?
Yeah, it seems like it would be harder for Djokovic to come out and play the same game that he has the last 3.5 hours, or nearly 4 hours, because he hits the ball so close to the lines. But it was Nadal who missed.
Djokovic is setting about him again. Almost as if that last game hadn't happened.
So strong mentally right now, Djokovic. Takes the ball so early.
Oh, nothing's going for Rafa at the moment.
Oh my goodness.
What an amazing rally. And again, Djokovic in position to hit a winner. How on earth did this happen? 5 games to 4. Same old problem. All the trains have stopped. It's a Sunday night. No one's leaving, though. How could you possibly leave this? This has got better and better. It's terrific right now. 4-5.
Oh, it's a well-played point by Nadal. It should help Nadal, the fact that they closed the roof, because it's easier to serve when the roof is closed, and it's the serve that he needs to. He needs a few free points here, Rafael Nadal. But
Nadal sticking with him, again varying the pace, and Djokovic making the loser. There was the serve, pinpoint accurate.
30-50.
yeah, it has to be that good. If you can get Novak to take his left hand off the racket, his one-handed slice is maybe the weakest shot in his repertoire.
Second serve just took a pummeling, and why wouldn't it? 128 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, just can't get away with it. I mean, you're not going to get away with it against Novak Djokovic, so that's something he needs to work on. Of course, it's easier said than done when you're 4-5 down, 2-1 in the Grand Slam final. But still, that is something that he desperately needs to improve.
Oh, amazing footwork from Djokovic and then from Nadal. And suddenly there are Spanish flags wherever you look. And it's 5-all.
Yeah, well, Rafa's doing such a great job, not just winning these long points, and he's moving unbelievably well, but he's really getting the crowd involved here, and they're all on his side now. They're nothing against Novak, but they're always for the underdog, and they love to see somebody try as hard as Rafa. He's doing a great job here.
Look at that.
That's where it comes from.
Thank you.
That's the most impressive part about Novak to me, is the calmness that he goes into after. Rafa's just exploded with a great hold. I don't know, his rest pulse must be down to... Incredible.
A little slice down to the backhand worked. Djokovic couldn't get around it. Yeah, in times like this, up to 2 years ago, Djokovic would have been beating his chest and doing all sorts of things. And physically, he might have been, almost certainly, he'd have been out of it. He is so calm now. She's not there. Had to wait a long time, and in the end, the second serve right to the line. Yeah. Few errors that side now, and Nadal's majoring on it.
Yeah, he got the ball up a little higher that time, Nadal, with his backhand. So he got out of Djokovic's reach. And it's this one here that is a little bit higher than he expected. It's hard to pull that one cross court, even if you're Novak Djokovic.
Too good. Again, so calm. He measured it to perfection.
40-30.
Again, Djokovic staying with him toe to toe. And Nadal will have to serve to stay in the match. 5-6 after just about 4¼ hours, just shy of that. The bad news for Rafa is that Djokovic doesn't look tired.
No, it's true. He looked more tired against Leighton Hewitt, and he looked exhausted against David Ferrer. And how he pulled the match against Andy Murray out, I have no idea. And today he hasn't looked tired at all, not once.
Just a bit sluggish to get going in the first set, but that's understandable.
And that seemed like the reason for that was, I know I'm going to win anyway. I really felt that. The problem for Djokovic is that he's going to have to hit himself this match. He's going to have to hit the winner, because Nadal at some point is not going to make the unforced errors.
That looks a rather weary shot, but don't be fooled. But Nadal was flying around the court there. And the good news for him is that the rain delay hasn't stopped his increased momentum. Great serving. It's tie-break time.
Both players receive one additional challenge.
Nadal, of course, won that fantastic tiebreaker the last time they met in the US Open, but it didn't do any good. Djokovic came storming back and won the fourth set 6-1.
Thank you. Thank you. Djokovic.
Nadal, of course, won that pivotal tiebreak against Federer in the third set. Djokovic lost the third set breaker to Andy Murray, but then he stormed again to win the fourth set 6-1.
Thank you.
Oh, look at them go, both of them. Superhuman.
Incredible. I mean, there was one shot that Nadal hit that I think everybody thought was out, but
that one.
But how does Djokovic get to this one? Incredible. Well, here we see it.
He put on the afterburners.
Thank you.
Wow, and he was there in time too.
Thank you.
It's like the first 3 sets with a warm-up.
Yeah, Rafa is just on fire suddenly. And it's that big first serve that makes all the difference. You would think if Novak Djokovic was not #1 in the world and he didn't win 3 majors last year, he'd be losing his confidence slightly here, because he's doing the running right now.
Just out. Good judgment. No. He's turning it around, point by point. Can he finish it and take us into our 5th set?
And really, the first tight forehand I've seen him hit for a while, where it didn't really have a target. He sort of just hit it there.
Again, an amazing forehand from Djokovic, because he was at full stretch and still got something pretty considerable on it. But it was there for Rafa. And that time he couldn't manage it. It's the same story as Andy Murray, really. Rafa now is playing so well against Djokovic. He hasn't played as well as this, I don't think, in over a year against Djokovic.
Well, this is definitely the closest match that he's played against him. He's going toe-to-toe, not only on the scoreboard, but also in the rallies. And he is suddenly much more aggressive, Nadal. I love it. Big point here.
Yeah, it is just out. The crowd didn't hear it. It's been called out. There is a challenge. And it is out.
4-3. Djokovic, Nadal has 3.
And there's one against the head for Novak. That's Miguel Angel Nadal, played football for Spain. Got it wrong that time, I'm afraid. But don't argue with him. Oh, too good. What guts to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to produce the winners, and he's doing it right now. And Rafa is just not getting any depth on his shots, but how can you? Novak is just standing in the middle of the court. Rafa is doing some great running, but eventually it's just too much.
It's out. Nadal fighting as if his life depends on it. And he's got that mini break back.
Just an amazing rally again. There's a couple of backhands there that Nadal is just skimming the top of the net. Oh, just wide.
There's a reprieve. Can he make the most of it? Look at that. You wouldn't credit it. Again, your favorite shot, the little slice backhand, and he couldn't get the winner from it.
No, it just stayed so low. I mean, this time I didn't have a choice, Nadal. That was an incredible get, but it's a tough shot to pull off when you're getting a little nervous. You got to add that extra topspin. Amazing gets by Rafa.
Fantastic serve. Sheer delight. It is set point for Rafael Nadal.
Yeah, that's going completely against his nature to go for the riskiest serve possible, and it worked this time, but that's what it takes.
Thank you.
He's missed it, and we do have a fifth set here. What a comeback from Rafael Nadal. He looked dead and buried in this match. We're going the distance after just shy of 4.5 hours. Wow. Fru's taken over from Mats. It's just got better and better, Fru. From a sluggish start, it's now turning into an epic match, another epic match.
Well, you've got to take your hat off to Nadal. I described him as a little boy lost in that third set. Well, he rediscovered himself in the fourth, and he's a muscular man again. And I put him the slight favourite for this first set because of the long match that Djokovic had against Murray, and also because of the fire that there is. You can just see it not only in Nadal's eyes, but it's in his belly.
So, new balls. Try and get the crowd quiet. Very few people have left. It's now 25 past 12 here in Melbourne. Every point now hit with venom, passion and precision.
Well, I mentioned at the start of the match that very few of these finals actually go to 5 sets. The last was not that long ago when Nadal beat Federer here in 2009, beat him in 5.
Oh, Novak. What an amazing shot. 193 Ks to serve. Yeah, and that was 2 days after the longest match in history here. 5 hours and 15 minutes with Rafa beating Verdasco. He had the shorter wait and came back and beat Federer in that epic. Now it's Novak who's had to come back after nearly 5 hours against Murray.
Oh,
no, that's just not on.
Well, this has to be one of the most remarkable endings to a point. Nadal coming in court, then realizing it was going to land in and falling backwards, actually jumping backwards.
And again, that rather sickly smile on Djokovic's face. Transformed himself from the man who played the first 3 sets here. He won the first, but he was a shadow of the man who's playing now. And then he was being taken to the cleaners. Fourth double. Second serve is still not a thing of beauty though for Nadal. But the first serve will do. Right up to top form. And Nadal's in front again. Well, if he does win, it makes things very different. To be honest, he was an easy beat for Djokovic last year, and it looked as if he was going to be this match as well. But
well, I think even if he'd lost the 4th set and therefore lost the match, things would have been a lot better in Nadal's mind. The improvement was so in that 4th set, as close as Djokovic was to winning it, obviously. it being won by Nadal in the tiebreaker. Serving has been part of it for Nadal. He's actually out-acing Djokovic. It's not often Nadal serves 9 aces, even in a match that goes 4 or 5 sets.
And he races down just to show Djokovic how good he's feeling. I don't think Djokovic needs any reminding.
No, he's all too aware of it. Had really problems with his equipment, with his rackets early on, Djokovic. Played with 3 different rackets in the first set.
Wasn't a great high volley from Djokovic, and to be honest, Nadal could have made more of the chance he had.
He certainly could have. And for those who haven't been with us throughout, it's the first time during the tournament that the roof is closed. It's an indoor event now. From 4 in the last set.
Well, no compromise there. She spent a lot of the last 4 hours on her feet. There's Djokovic's girlfriend, Jelena.
Yes, I thought Djokovic had the worst of the delay because of rain on the court as they closed the roof, because he had to come back and serve, and yet served a love service game. It then seemed he was almost bound to win the set, but for Nadal's tenacity.
It's funny, I saw it the other way. I saw Nadal getting ahead of steam and him being denied it. But either way, I don't think it was too important. Ooh, it's a late call, and Djokovic is not surprisingly getting involved. The calling's been pretty good in this match. It's the wrong call. Don't know what he's getting angry about. Nadal challenged pretty quickly. He's getting that serve working well, isn't he, from the right court out wide?
And he's been consistently powerful. Yes, that's the sort of left-handed serve that Ivanisevic used to hit so well the kicker out wide, and the flat 1-2 to the right-hander's forehand. To me, it almost seems a case of will, which is why I picked Nadal as... I thought Djokovic would win the match prior to it, but it just seems that Nadal's will is carrying him forward here. And how much will has Djokovic still got, having had such a wonderful year last year?
I'm with you for absolutely, and you can see it almost in every point now in the way that he reacts to it. But in the back of my mind, I just keep thinking, Djokovic doesn't lose matches like this.
Yeah.
But an hour and a half ago, he was being bossed, Rafa. He's not now. And it now is moving into the realms of being an epic encounter. It was a very slow burner, to put it mildly, but it is red hot now. 2-1 for the set. It's so quick against Rafa. I felt sorry for him. He looks as if he was out of his league. And here, when Djokovic went 2 sets to 1 up, I started to feel sorry for him then. I just can't now. You just marvel at it.
Thank you.
A little slice to the backhand. Matt's really picked on that shot, and almost as if they got a symbiotic relationship. He started doing it. That one there. Well, there wasn't much in the way of footwork. For the first time, you look at Djokovic, and there are signs of him beginning to fray. But we've seen that before, and he's ended up like Superman, so hold your horses.
Second service.
It's beginning to slip away from Djokovic. He hasn't been broken, remember, since the second set. He's not hit a first serve in this game.
And it looked a rather desperate shot, that one. But he nailed that all right. His 9th ace.
And that's his best serve. When he's winning these major titles, that's the serve that saves the break points, wins him the big points.
There was a time when Rafa was hanging on. Just sense that that's beginning to turn the other way around now.
201 kilometers an hour, the serve. Again, that same action that he gets to the left court.
And Rafa fancied the pass. Well played, Novak Đoković. Well, it says 5 hours on the clock, but to be honest, they kept the clock running while the roof was being closed. So it's around 4 3/4 hours.
And also, these are two of the slowest players imaginable, really. They both really take their time in between points, so they're bound to have long matches. But the US Open will be saying, hey, these guys finish on a Monday as well.
Yes, now it's toe-to-toe, and it's Rafa winning the majority of the rallies when they go above 8 or 9 shots. And Djokovic is walking very wearily now to his towel.
I mentioned that the last 5-setter was in 2009 when Rafael Nadal beat Federer. Since 68, since Open tennis started here, they've only ever had 4 5-set matches in the final. This is the 5th since 1968. I'd say the crowd's got their money's worth.
It's all looking a little less smooth, a little jerkier now for Djokovic. And Rafa is not going to hang around to worry about how he's feeling. Rafa into double figures on aces now.
He's won the last 8 points on serve.
He's got that. Nadal thinks it's long. It did look as if it could have been long. Indeed so. Nadal in front, still no breaks of serve. But he's got the momentum behind him, and Djokovic is definitely weary. So the big question is, well, it's almost the same question as when we started. How much has he got left? It was a relevant question 5 hours ago, but now even more so. He did look as if he was starting to fray big time in that last game. He's fooled us before.
Yes, you feel he needs a pick-me-up right here, does Djokovic. Some really classy game. Of course, it would help if Nadal makes the unforced errors, of which this was one. But he looked a little groggy in the last game.
Picture on Nadal, but Djokovic again pulled up short after missing that shot.
Yes, it's not all in harmony now, particularly on the backhand. The arms are going ahead of the legs. There's not total synchronization.
Well played, Novak Djokovic. And win or lose this match, again he's made a lot more friends. Someone who was perhaps difficult to love a couple of years ago. And it's not sure he's winning so much as the way he's won and how he's changed his attitude. And he hasn't whinged here at all. You know how tired he must be. Up until 2010, he was very keen to let you know how much he was hurting, and now he's trying to disguise it.
Yes, they keep reiterating here that the people who play the match nearest to this, in other words, the second of the semi-finals, actually win 75% of these finals. But it hinges really on what they went through, and Djokovic went through a lot against Murray.
Yeah, forcing Novak to go for that little bit extra. They think they're very nearly home, and they could well be right. Break point, the first break point of this fifth set.
And it could well be breaking point. Such elasticity by Nadal, quite amazing. It's not as if his match against Federer was a hell of a lot easier than Djokovic's.
Unbelievable. He's in the home straight. He can see the winning post. I don't think Djokovic can see much.
Well, I can't wait to see what Djokovic has to offer here. We know he's got a fight. How much has he got left in him? He's got to go for huge shots, surely.
Oh, too good. They're all sniffing victory now.
He has become superhuman. 10 points in a row on serve. His physicality is just enormous.
Still got a puncher's chance, Novak, even though he can hardly move his feet.
15-0.
Yes, he had to stretch a little bit more than I think he would really have liked. You can see in the end he had to sort of just jab at it. It got beyond him because he hadn't moved his feet, but fortunately his arms and his head were in the right position.
Great serve. Right into the corner.
13-15.
One more dagger into the heart of Djokovic. It's challenging. It's very, very close. He should have put it away.
He should have, yes. Just a slight mishit, but did it slightly miss the line or did it just get it?
Nadal has 2 challenges remaining.
A bit premature. Such is the excitement.
Thank you.
Yeah, really good timing there from Djokovic. And he has done extraordinarily well here to give himself just half a chance. His first break point of this set. just don't believe that. Nor does he. And there's a kind of a disbelieving crowd as well. Oh, this is out of this world. He's at the very end of his tether, but still trying to find a way to win this incredible match.
And that was a genuine smile, I think. He's almost reached that stage. Oh, he almost collapsed after the serve. He's in real discomfort.
Well, I hope after all this it doesn't end on a retirement. Yes, he's finding it difficult to walk. And as shattered as he is, what's even more impressive is he's not trying to win the rallies in one big shot. Just keeping up the pressure, keeping on top of that rally without doing anything too wondrous. It's one heck of an effort.
And ironically forcing himself really by missing all these first serves to serve so many more serves than necessary.
And he's held, and it's 4-all. And Rafa's gone off the boil a little bit. He was playing so well through the fourth set and through the early part of this, but he's lost his timing. It's riveting stuff now, but the tennis standard has just dropped a bit.
Yeah. Fortunately, the tension is in the air and it makes it gripping. But 4 second serve points lost in succession by Nadal certainly doesn't help his cause.
Oh,
It's a mere 32 strokes.
I'm not sure he can get up. The crowd rising to him, to both, but particularly to Djokovic. They know what he's been through and what he's going through right now. People standing up right around this arena.
I think the ref would stop the fight in boxing. Be a TKO.
No. And through all this, 5¼ hours, however long we've been going, the trainer hasn't been called. Remember Djokovic of 3 years ago? He'd have been an on-off like a yo-yo. Not now. He's winning so many more friends, much more friends with this, however it goes, than when he won his 10 titles last year, including the 3 Grand Slams.
Oh, got a challenge.
I think so. Djokovic in the corner on the right, the baseline.
Just about has the energy to challenge.
Yes, raising the arm is an effort. Well, the worst part of winning it is that you've got to go through it all again.
Great expressions. Well played. Some return that was. What more can he drag out of his body? Called out, and Djokovic would have challenged. Nadal is not challenging.
He's got 2 challenges left, Nadal. He could have, but I think he is right not to. Seemed out. How about this for a point?
And how about that for a serve?
40-30.
Yes, when they met at the US Open, when they met at Wimbledon in the finals, he did not have the serve. Look at it curving away from kier to kier there.
And there was a fair amount of footwork then to get out of the way and let the lever come through. Again, Nadal's uncle applauds as much as anyone.
Yes, this was surely fortune favouring the brave. It wasn't quite as cleanly hit as some of the others, but he had just enough control on it.
No! It's break point.
What on earth is all this about? Surely the totally unexpected, although I can hear so many saying he's won so often against Nadal. Surely he's bound to do it again.
Nadal getting tight. It means so much to him, particularly against Djokovic.
Well, I've encouraged him for 3 or 4 years, I suppose, to develop that typical left-handed serve. And I felt if he was to repeat the wins he's had against Djokovic, which he hasn't had for some time, he had to serve well. He had to use that swinging serve well.
A great drop shot.
Yes, ironic that Nadal should score with the backhand drop shot. It's usually Djokovic's favourite shot. I think he's played 2 in the match which have not succeeded. And one forehand drop shot that did.
A game away from redemption.
Nadal leads 5 games to 4.
Pandemonium as the players went to their respective ends. Djokovic then serving to stay in the match. And most of the applause was for Rafa. Normally in a situation like that it would be for Djokovic, who has put in a superhuman effort, but Rafa is Rafa. I dare say for me he's probably the most loved player of the last 20-30 years. Federer the most admired, but Rafa the most loved.
Djokovic's movement suddenly, again, looking a lot better now.
Yeah, it is.
No faltering footsteps.
Both of them, of course, with amazing 5-set records. Djokovic's win over Murray made him 14 wins, 5 losses. Rafa 15 wins and 3 losses. He's won 13 of his last 14 5-set matches. The guy who beat him, a fellow called Federer in the Wimbledon final in '07. He's not lost a 5-set match since then.
And you can just see most people around the world nodding their heads at that. Not bad, only 2 double faults in a match of this length, so many service games.
He's made it. And this incredible encounter continues. It's now officially and unofficially the longest match in the Australian Open history. 5 hours and, well, 37 minutes is on the board. Let's take off 15 for that. But still it's longer than the previous longest, which was Rafa against Vidasco 3 years ago. Oh, no. And Djokovic stared down the court. He can't believe that even Rafa would have been able to pull off a shot like that.
Well, if the roof were open, I'd call this the Starlight Express. But remember, the roof at the moment is closed, the first time during the tournament.
He's still got it to bend round at full stretch. Not that time.
He's almost too strong for his own good.
And remember, there'll be no breaker here. This could go on and on. Not sure that's good news for Djokovic, but that's the reality. It was a rather lame second serve.
15-30.
And now there's real belief in the support from the Serb camp.
Standing over a bit further is Djokovic to his left.
quite. But again, how quickly he moved, he anticipated, and his footwork was good.
Yeah, he was actually there a little too soon.
Adrenaline is pulling him through, but for how much longer? What a magnificent point from Djokovic.
The crowd kept getting it wrong. They wouldn't make good linesmen. They thought so many of his shots were going out.
It's break point. Djokovic just couldn't get a handle on that second serve. And for the second service game in succession, the Spaniard saves break point. Just got away from him, didn't it?
It did. Just had that little bit too much curve. Needed to move his feet just an extra half meter.
No. What's this?
He hit the ball and he said,
Well, he said Djokovic hit the ball and said out, but it's not going to change things. Could only have been an exclamation.
Second break point. He's a game away from victory. How on earth we've got to this point is almost beyond words. Is Rafa going to lose again to Djokovic? If he loses this match, he will never ever forgive himself. Serving for the championships. And again, Djokovic looking really rhythmic and smooth. Rafa tearing at the ball.
Where he's found this resilience from, I just don't know with Djokovic. But we saw it against Murray. He somehow found it and rediscovered himself, and he's done the same thing here. Look at that, rediscovered the flat serve. Last 2 service games, he only lost 2 points.
30 love.
Most of the crowd have gone quiet. There's a couple of thousand making some noise. People cannot believe that Nadal could lose this match. He's going to challenge, but I think it was long. But Nadal's tactic seems to have gone out the window now. He's just hitting the ball harder and harder.
30-15. Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
No, it was a backbreaker. What an extraordinary point. Well, there's nothing new we learn about Rafael Nadal. We knew it all before, but it's all on display here.
Well, Djokovic had him on the ropes, didn't he? But he just couldn't land the killer punch. This lob was just too back-breaking for him. The smash, ordinarily, a player of his substance would put away. Surely there's not going to be another twist.
It's not just the longest match in Australian Open history. This is heroism at its very height.
Well, you've got to marvel at Nadal, but on the other hand, you've got to be critical of Djokovic for not coming in. Surely, with Nadal stretched from one side to the other, he had to volley.
Break point, Nadal. Unbelievable retrieving.
It's almost as if Djokovic is saying, I'm going to beat him from the baseline no matter what. If I can't do it with a serve, I'll do it with my ground strokes.
Let for service. Thank you. Thank you.
Not that time. One more.
Djokovic.
They can hardly look. This for his third Australian Open title. What a man. What men.
He's the world number one. He is the Australian Open champion of 2012 from Serbia, Novak Đoković.
He was down amongst the dead men. Look at him. 10 minutes shy of 5 hours against Murray, and now 10 minutes short of 6 hours in the final against Nadal. He is the nearest thing to Superman we've ever had.
Well, he's not exactly built like him, but he's got the heart of an absolute Superman and the mind of a genius. To keep heart and mind together, to keep that body of his together, and to win a match like that against somebody who was absolutely determined to turn this match in his favor. That was Rafael Nadal. For Djokovic to actually overcome him with Nadal in this mood, well, they both actually deserve to be honorary Australians.
Well, in the 6 meetings they had last year, in the end, Djokovic was comfortably the best. Not on this day. And Nadal got so close to him, but we'll wonder how on earth this man got the better of him in one of the greatest matches of all time. It was a privilege to be here, Fru.
Absolutely outstanding. I mean, at times the tennis perhaps was not what we might have figured it to be, but nevertheless the tension and the sight of Nadal coming back into the match, and I thought likely to win it just because of his sheer physicality. It looked as if Djokovic was on the rocks, but somehow that almighty will of his took him through. It's quite unbelievable, actually. And I'm sure all the great champions who have witnessed this here tonight, the 100th championship of the men's here at the Australian, both the championships and the Open, would be admiring this man and calling it great tennis. No doubt, there's no exaggeration.
Well, when he won the 4th set, Nadal, and then went to break up in the 5th, it just looked impossible for Djokovic to come back again. But how he found the resources to do so, only he knows. Especially after what happened 2 days ago against Andy Murray.
Yes, and when you consider what happened last year with all those tournaments that he won, with the major titles that he's won, I mean, this is the third successive major that he's won now, Wimbledon, the US Open, the Australian, that he might have said, well, you know, I've had enough. This guy's putting up such a fight, I'll let him have it this time. But no, he didn't.
A quick break. And then we'll be back for the presentation. Goodness knows what they'll be saying. Some of the highlights, well, the highlights could go on and on and on. Still waiting for the presentation. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. People still coming to terms with what they've just witnessed. Quite a few people have left, of course, because, I mean, it's 1:45 local time. Very nearly 6 hours. But you couldn't take your eye off it from beginning to end. And Djokovic has won again. Third successive Grand Slam. Only the others, guys in the Open era who've done what he's done: Laver, Sampras, Federer, and Rafa. Just about ready for the presentation. And he'll be picking that up for the third time, will Djokovic, the Sir Norman Brooks Challenge Cup.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if there were ever two athletes who deserved a standing ovation after that performance, it's these two great warriors. Something I'm sure we'll all remember for a very long time. And so we come to the official part of our presentation. And joining me for that presentation is the President of Tennis Australia, Mr. Steve Healy, and also the Senior Executive Vice President of Kia Motors Corporation, Thomas O, and also a gentleman whose fortress we're in tonight, the great man, Rod Laver. Kia have been wonderful supporters of tennis throughout this country, and it's now my pleasure to once again introduce to you, please make him welcome, Thomas O.
Gentlemen, congratulations on such a great display of tennis today. On behalf of the global Guillermo's family, I offer both of you my sincere thanks for demonstrating exactly why the Australian Open is growing in popularity each year. Throughout this year's tournament, both of you have shown such a great determination, sportsmanship, and the passion for the game. And it is for these reasons we are such a proud supporter of what is Guillermo's longest running major sports sponsorship. And I would like to thank everyone at the Tennis Australia for their terrific organization of this event. But what truly makes the Australian Open so special is what I consider to be the very best fans in the world. All of us at the Guillermo's, thank you for your support year in and year out. Once again, congratulations to both of our finalists for making this year's Open such a memorable experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, and our thanks once again to Kia Motors. Well, a man who I'm sure has been absolutely delighted with the past fortnight is going to join us now. That is the President of Tennis Australia, Steve Healy.
Your Excellencies, Governor Mrs. Chernoff, His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what an epic match to mark the 100th anniversary of the Men's Singles Championship at the Australian Open. The longest match ever in Australian Open history and the longest Grand Slam final ever. This Australian Open has been like an unfolding drama. Compulsive, fanatical viewing, some new and some familiar characters, an ending that simply couldn't be determined until the very end, leaving us all wishing for more. It has been absolutely incredible. I'd like to thank our Tennis Australia team. Thank you. I'd like to thank our Tennis Australia team.
Absolutely right. Someone had the forethought to bring some chairs out for these two.
I'd like to thank our Tennis Australia team, our Chief Executive Steve Wood, Tournament Director Craig Tiley, and referee Wayne McEwen on a fantastic job over the last fortnight. To all of our tournament staff, your friendly, efficient and enthusiastic style is why the players have termed this the Friendly Slam. Thank you very much. To the Premier Ted Baillieu and the Victorian Government, thank you for your support of this event and the redevelopment of Melbourne Park, which will make this an absolutely incredible facility when it's finished in a few years' time. My thank you to our host broadcaster, Channel 7, for their incredible coverage over this fortnight and indeed all of the Australian Open series. To all of our suppliers and sponsors, thank you. To you, the fans, there is no more knowledgeable and respectful crowd in the entire world, and you've helped us break, in fact obliterate, the crowd record with over 686,000 spectators through the gates in the last 2 weeks. Thank you also to all of our fans on TV who've watched all around Australia and around the world. And finally, to the gladiators who've performed in 2012, thank you to all of the men who've played here this week. Rafa, commiserations, but your graciousness and sportsmanship in defeat is unrivaled, and you are just a fantastic ambassador for the sport. And to Novak, congratulations, your 5th Grand Slam, your 3rd here in Australia. You have well and truly earned your #1 ranking in the world, and it is our great honour to add your name for the 3rd time to the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And just before we meet our runner-up and our champion, there is one other gentleman we would like to thank, and that is the chair umpire. Please give him a warm round of applause, Mr. Pascal Maria.
A privilege for him as well as to throw myself.
Thank you, Pascal. Pascal Maria, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again. So to our runner-up, one of the great fighters in the game, as we have witnessed tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Rafael Nadal.
First man in the Open era to lose 3 consecutive Grand Slam finals, but if anything, his reputation even higher. A phenomenal man.
Good morning, everybody. First thing that I have to say, just congratulations to Novak and all his team. They deserve it. They are doing something fantastic, so congratulations. Well, second thing, thank you very much to all my team to support me like that. Without them, gonna be always impossible to be here. You know, there is a lot of years in the tour. Every year is tougher, and start the season with a final here. I'm playing this fantastic match, I believe, against Novak is a fantastic start. So happy for that, and without them, always impossible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rod. Never to be here supporting this event, one of the greatest ever. So it's always a pleasure to play here in this court. Who has your name? Thank you very much for being here. I just can say thanks to the volunteers, all the ball boys, umpires, everybody who make this tournament possible, all the organization to make us feel like home. Is probably the best tournament in the world for the players, best Grand Slam, the organization for the players. So that's something fantastic. So thank you very much, all Australia. I don't know if I say it, but the sponsors, without them, impossible to have an event like this. Thank you very much to support sport, and in this case, support our sport is tennis. Kia, especially the main sponsor. Thank you very much. And last thing, and most important one, thank you, really, really, thank you very much, everybody, all yours. Thank you. I really had a fantastic 2 weeks, and with all the love that you show me is something unforgettable for me, and I never will forget this match ever because of you. Even if I lost, was something really, really special for me. Thank you very much. I hopefully will come back a lot of years here. I will keep fighting. Thank you very much, everybody.
A credit to the game.
Thank you, Rafael Nadal, who leaves here a winner. And so to our champion, and he has proven, particularly in the semi-final and the final, that he is without doubt a man of steel. Our 2012 champion and champion for the third time, Novak Đoković.
Good morning from me too, to everybody. First of all, Rafa, you're one of the best players ever. You're one of the most respected guys on the tour. We made a history tonight, and you know, unfortunately, there couldn't be two winners tonight. But I wish you all the best for this season, and I wish. And I hope that we will have many more matches like this, many more finals. And of course then to Rafa's team, all the best. And then my team, my girlfriend, my coach, my physio, my fitness coach, everybody who has been with me for many years already, supporting me all the way through in my career, professional life, private life. You've been my biggest support, and without you, this wouldn't be possible. Thank you very much. I want to say zdravo svima to Serbians and Serbians here, and to all my country, Serbia, my parents, my brothers, my family, my friends who've been watching and supporting me. God, I'm so sorry. It's been a very long match. I need to then thank, of course, crowd, who has been the most supportive. And I think what makes Australian Open very special is the diversity of the tennis fans. I think it's very multicultural here, multicolored. You can see people coming with their flags of their country, supporting their tennis players, and it's sometimes it feels that you're not on a tennis court, how much noise you guys produce, and it's really for us is a great feeling, and it's pleasure to play in front of you. Thank you. And then in the end, of course, it's my great privilege to be standing here in front of one of the greatest players ever, Rod Laver. Thank you, all the sponsors for participating in organization of this tournament, Kia, Jacobs Creek, NZ. I'm sorry if I forgot some sponsors, and all the volunteers, everybody who is behind the scenes, you know, physios and ball kids, people who make this tournament possible and enjoyable for all of us. Thank you very much, and I'll see you next year.
Let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen, for our champion Novak Đoković and our runner-up Rafael Nadal.
And I'm amazed they could be as lucid as they were after nigh on 6 hours. What a morning. They will never forget it, whatever they go on to achieve. And don't forget game, set and mats. Later on, Annabelle with mats, reviewing what we've just seen. Difficult to put it into perspective, but you know that these two will have vivid memories that will last a lifetime. It's been great through, hasn't it?
It's been incredible, and I think too the biggest joy for me is the fact that I think Nadal will take actually some great consolation and comfort from a very closely fought match.
Hope you enjoyed it with us. But for now, from Melbourne,